It's a beautiful day here, but I'm staying inside of the cave. Because nothing really motivates me more than helping people in the way that I want to help people. And I don't know why that's supposed to be taboo, but for me that's where all the heart is. That's where all the meaning is in my life. Wanting to help others in the way that I want to, in the way that I'm comfortable to do, in the way that I feel is suitable. And then, the conversation comes up of, well, is that a good way, or is that a right way to help others, or is that not fair or not okay? And I guess that we'd have to sit down together and we'd have to talk about that deeply, you know, together, sharing our hearts and our bodies and our minds. But once we put someone into a box of being not worthwhile to talk to, then maybe that's just something we have to let go. I'd like to make a confession. I'd like to make a public confession. I killed a woman in my dreams. This was some kind of dangerous woman, murderer, and she was chasing me and a group of people, and we were doing our best to hide. I was trying to hide as best as I could, but I couldn't hide. And it came down to it, and I said, "Okay, I've got to delete the threat. I've got to get rid of the threat." And I did. I murdered that woman in my dream. No woman in particular, kind of like a Kill Bill scenario, like a Kill Bill woman villain character. So you can take on a certain kind of perspective that is the perspective of breathing as an act of you consciously choosing to continue living. So if you work with each breath in that way, then every breath is profound and meaningful and grounding and essence, full of life essence, full of heart essence. You can break down the stress of all these places that you need to go, all these things that you need to do, or all these things that you're kind of afraid of or worried about in your life. Sometimes as schizophrenic people, they'll constantly be thinking that there's gardeners outside of their house that are, working for a corporation that's trying to get them strapped down somewhere in a chair. So even for those people, even in these very special cases, to breathe as if it is the most essential and important and conscious action that you need to take and that you can take right now to continue living and to continue taking care. We can try anytime. You can try anytime. I can try anytime, regardless of we or what we think about each other. We can try to breathe consciously, and to breathe as if we didn't breathe, we would literally die. And that actually is the way that it is. And breathing can be very conscious. So in that way, you can tap directly into this conscious choice to stay alive or not. That's pretty heavy. That's pretty deep. So people would like me to teach some formal meditation, and that's good, but before that I invite you to join in and to breathe consciously and just be with that. You know, just be with that for a moment, that conscious, intentional, direct experience of breathing. I've gone through a spat these past 2 days. I mean, sometimes time seems to elongate itself, and sometimes time seems to minimize itself. You know, weeks seem to be going by, but right now the days are long, and I've been feeling very tired, very lethargic, even a little bit dizzy, and I don't know why. May have something to do with my output, my energetic output as of late. And also when I got my facial hair dyed and the haircut at the same time, that was very discombobulating as well, because, you know, as someone who's doing these live streams on YouTube, I'm actually looking at my self-image a lot. And so when that self-image changed so drastically, it was actually physically dizzying. So the energy work modalities are presented in a way where they're supposedly much more deep than they seem at the surface level. Because at the surface level, it seems like you're just doing heavy breathing, or you're doing different postures and things like that, and supposedly it's much, much deeper than that. I would say it's the opposite. So it's a lot less deep than it seems to be when you practice it, when you go through that experience. Those experiences are largely irrelevant. It's not primarily concerned with wisdom. It's not primarily concerned with compassion. It doesn't necessarily have any information at all about being concerned with that. But to help us break out of our shell, to help us break out of our ego, to help us open the heart, then it can be very, very skillful. But people have different, like for me, I was a Buddhist monk for maybe 2 or 3 years before I went to stay at the Plum Village Monastery, the Thich Nhat Hanh Monastery in California. And in the Theravada Buddhism, the monks are very much, you know, taught high and tight and prideful and separate from the people, and you know, very kind of conservative presentation. And when I went to the Plum Village community in Deer Park Monastery, I went from that and living in Southeast Asia to being in California with a bunch of people in a circle singing songs about happiness. Happiness is here and now. I have dropped my worries, nowhere to go, nothing to do, and I don't need to hurry. And for me, that was such a heart-opening experience. And at the beginning, I was very shy. I was very shy about standing in a circle and singing songs like that in my monk's robes with all these lay people, with all these different people. And it turned out to just be something that I really needed in my path to open myself up. The same with being a monk, although at this point I can't separate being a monk from my path. And I love doing that. I love that kind of work. And that's an energy work in its own right. You know, just in the same way of acting a little bit wild and crazy with our presentation of personal identity is a kind of energy work in its own right. And yeah, that's where you get into the I think less deep than it seems to be zone, Cerulean. Um, because these things can be kind of true, but it's more like food for the masses, and its presentation of being specific is actually lacking. Oftentimes, is lacking in specificity. Who do we think is on this chain, everybody? Who is that? Who is here on this chain? Who is it? Now, I thought it was Kwan Bota, but then they told me that it was Buddha, so I think it's a very special. Really? You can't see this? You can't see this? It is a little bit unseen, right? Looks like Guan to me, but they said it's a Buddha. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. 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 In a certain sense as well, one should be invited to teach. So the energy is very, very different if someone, reaches out to me and they invite me to teach at a meditation center or yoga studio or something like that, or in general, someone invites me to teach. Whereas if I just kind of try to go live and give myself an invitation to teach, that also works, but a little bit more energy intensive from my side. So actually, there's something that's a little bit more accessible about just going live and being a crazy person and showing people that, appearances are not actually reliable, and that their own minds are not actually reliable. You know what I mean? Even as you might like to justify your the ideas that you have, it's actually not reliable. Um, that's why it doesn't work out for a lot of people who want to be quote unquote spiritual teachers, because they can't get any experience teaching. Even if they want to be mindfulness teachers or meditation teachers, if no one wants to listen to you, then you can't teach. You see what I'm saying? And if you can't teach, if you don't have people who want to listen to you, then you're not going to get any experience in teaching. And that's your want to be a teacher and your want to be in front of an audience isn't going to magically empower you to be a better meditation teacher, you know? So there are probably hundreds of thousands, at least tens of thousands of mindfulness instructors and meditation teachers all over the US or all over the world that have, very, very limited experience teaching or working with people, and yet have this strong desire to be a teacher. And it really doesn't work that way. It's kind of a hopeless game. And then you're someone who's supposed to be teaching people about meditation, but what you're actually doing is trying to recruit people and get people to buy into some enlightenment program or non-duality program and keep them subscribed as long as possible, because most of these spiritual teachers, or a lot of them non-duality teachers, they're charging you a monthly fee to be like a part of their course and a part of their class. Well, not Rupert Spira, he's a little bit of more of an artist, I think. It's not necessarily about being dishonest, it's just the power of the mind to be self-convinced. So you can convince yourself of basically anything. And maybe a lacking in honesty in some ways, but not everybody has that kind of purview. Not everyone has that kind of insight to say, well, wait a minute, there is actually no path, and that's what I'm supposed to be teaching, and yet, I'm selling people a course for $75 a month. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Not important. What we hold on to very tightly, that's what we can say, actually, that's not that important. So I haven't really been invited to teach here. And this is more like just my room at the meditation center at the monastery that's open for visiting. And for better or worse, there's a lot of people that like to visit. And then we form a friendship or a relationship through play and mutually shared interest in the Dhamma. And then there's maybe a recognition or an understanding of the different life paths that we are on, and then we support each other according to that recognition, you know, that mutual support. Beautiful day here. Beautiful clouds. And I was thinking, a friend was telling me, you need to go outside. All you ever do is stay inside and stay in your cave. And I was kind of saying how the real outside, because sometimes you look outside and you get that energy, you get that feeling of the beauty and the wonder of outside. And just to take that energy and use it as a seed for your samadhi. Because the real outside, the best outside, is inside of yourself. And of course, you could be in a situation where you're in the mountains of Nepal or something like that, the mountains of the Himalayas. There's not really that much difference between outside and inside. But in our lives of being in the city, there are a lot of different elements and spirits and identities that we go out and we take in, we get involved with just to get a taste of that openness. And the truth is that real openness is inside of yourself, I see those clouds and I can feel the inside of myself. I don't need to go outside. I don't need to journey outside to kind of find nature. I can find that nature within myself. But sometimes the roughness and the toil of outside can also be helpful. Really beautiful, huh? Like a window into an anime or window into another world. A world where all of the baggage and all of the habit energy, all of the stress and depression and confusion is just gone. just so empty of itself. It's like a pristine brilliance of awareness. Can see the clouds moving, so many particles, so many connections, all flowing together as one. Really beautiful. Yeah, it looks like love. Thank you for being here. There's the exciting things about getting donations and, seeing that people believe in you, that people really trust and follow you, or like the potentials that seem to be there, like the potentials to start a meditation center or, to teach at different places. But the more profound aspect of this whole situation from my end is access to Sangha. And I know people can say, well, you're the teacher, you're the leader, so it's easy enough for you to say, because you're the person who people are supporting and looking to and all that. Yeah, it's true, but I've also enjoyed and practiced in, with sanghas and with communities where I wasn't the meditation master, where I was just, a nobody, and following the teacher in my own way, but so that there's nothing that inspires me more in the whole world than this access to Sangha. And Sangha here is like a community that's concerned with generosity, a community that's concerned with deep listening, a community that's concerned with deep sharing, concerned with the Buddha, concerned with awareness, concerned with enlightenment, concerned with truth. And maybe my view can be a bit myopic or a little bit singly focused, but the space is always open for people who bring new perspectives that are backed by deep and meaningful experience, into the fray and into the fold. I can only work with what I have on my table, you know. Caffeine definitely helps, but what are you getting caffeinated into? You know, are you getting caffeinated into going to work at McDonald's? Or are you getting caffeinated into doing something you don't want to do? Or are you getting caffeinated into opening up to life and being in community and having these access points for generosity? This is one of the things that I didn't necessarily agree with so much at Deer Park Monastery, the Plum Village community. And that was that we had, this kind of work practice of coming together at the monastery, at the temple, and we'd get in a circle and then we'd figure out what everybody was going to do for that day. And there was this kind of imposed hierarchy of, you had to do something and you had a limited options of what to do, and that everybody was in that box. and it was lacking in a like a contemplative approach about, what would you really like to do today to serve? What would you really like to do today to help? What would you really like to do today to donate? What's your way of service today? And I think that question is so alive when it comes to working together in community, because maybe for maybe there's a situation where it's a community of people and nobody really likes to cook. So we're in the community circle, right? And nobody wants to cook. Well, maybe we don't eat that day. That's a lesson, that's a teaching, that's a gift to not eat for one day, you know? And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with not eating. There's nothing wrong with not sleeping. There's nothing wrong with having a different schedule from the rest of the community when we can have this sense of communication. So that's also a big part of what the Monk Life Meditation Institute is all about, is deepening communication, deepening capacity for communication. I pride myself on being a very skillful communicator, and a lot of people just don't approach from a place of a wish to communicate. There's this implicit bias towards debate or being right or like putting forth their point, especially when it comes to like interpersonal conflict, like you're wrong and I'm right. And the Dhamma kind of dissolves that. Nobody's wrong, nobody's right. What are we really doing here? But we don't like to ask that question, because once that question becomes asked, hierarchies may start to show like their impracticality or their irrelevance. And then you have this exposure to this person's desire and wish and want to be in control. And that, oopsie daisy, that's not actually what their position is about, their desire to be in control. And they tend to, find a way to wriggle out of communication before this kind of insight can be reached. You know what I mean? And actually to be put back onto their own heels or their own experience. Right now, I'm not stabilized anywhere. I'm just doing like monthly apartment rental here in Vietnam, and I'm totally not stabilized anywhere yet. Um, I would like maybe in the next year or 2 years, probably as a timeline, to like get a place and kind of open up a studio. So maybe try to like buy an apartment here in Vietnam or get a property somewhere, and then to first start with like a studio for live streaming, so like singing bowls and different lights and like maybe a full live streaming setup, and then open up space for people to like come and stay and visit and practice and things like that, maybe in the next 1 to 2 years. It's not too expensive to buy like a condo or a property here in Vietnam. Not in my budget range, but like compared to being in America, where you're going to need a couple $100,000 to get anything. Looks like bumblebees are coming into the room. I must be sweet today. They're coming into the room through the window, and then they're trying to get out through the window. Or coming in through the open window and trying to get out through the closed window. There must be some allegory there. Yeah, and I would say that's one of the big mission statements here is just to facilitate you to be more interested in Dhamma and then to find your way and to go on your way. There's no there's no structure here that's set up for people to become students or disciples of mine. There's no training plan. There's no solidified structure of what's being taught here for you to really scaffold your spiritual life as a whole on. And that means that you can be more inspired and more interested, and then you can take up the responsibility for yourself to, see what other resources are available to go deeper into your path, into your journey. Yeah. Well, that's great, Blues Rocker. I'd have to make a program first for it before I would charge thousands of dollars for it. James says he hates himself. What should he do? You should detach from yourself. I mean, if you hate yourself and you hate your life, the most important thing for you to do is to abandon yourself and to abandon your life. And if you don't know how to do that, then you detach from your own understanding of being someone and doing something and thinking about things, and you rely upon the understanding of another. That may be someone who is like Joe Rogan. You could even rely on Joe Rogan's understanding, but you're going to be very confused. Or you can rely on my understanding. I don't hate you. I don't hate myself. So just you being here and open and receptive can support you and facilitate your diminishing of hate towards yourself. Or at least being open to listen and open to communicate about it. Really. Because in my mind field, in my experience, I don't hate myself. Working with yourself is always going to be difficult until it's not, until it's just wonder. But I certainly don't hate you. And so the very experience of this is antithetical to the hate of yourself if you can be open and receptive enough to it and not bound up in your need to attach to your thinking. which supposedly you don't like anyway, so why would you want to keep attaching to it and keep holding on to it? The self is really just nothingness, or just cause and effect. The self isn't really something special or something real. The self is your ego, or like yourself, the principle of yourself is literally just as real and true as the principle of this pomegranate seed. It's just something that appears together with everything that seems to be unique for a particular period of time, but once taken a bite out of, dissolves into the body of everything. And it's not really there in the background. It's just like potentiality being really there in the background. But there's a potential for anything and everything. So giving this special potential designation to like yourself or your ego or your story is ridiculous. Just like you could have a brain tumor, you could trip and fall, the the world could get hit by a meteor. I mean, all these potentialities just fold into one. Yeah, you say that to yourself. Whatever yourself thinks, you say, well, that's just like your opinion, man. Good point, John. This world is only in this moment, and it's constantly falling apart. So you need to be there for the constant falling apart of this world, and that's love. That's love energy. It's like we're trying to get success, or we'd like something to work out in our anime, our story of the real world. But the real world is just a story. So nothing is going to work out in that story because it's unreal. It's an unreal world of story. There is no you. There is no self. There is nobody here to begin with. It doesn't really matter who you are and what you like to do. That's not what this is about. There is no shadow. So the way that I like to work with it, um, Chestarosa, is that the shadow only exists through the light of generosity. So to the degree that you are practicing generosity seriously, you will be able to experience or go through the work of the shadow. But the work of the shadow is just a matter of more light. So the problem for spiritual seekers is when they think that they watch a video for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 20 minutes and somehow they're involved in some kind of profound work. There's very little light that's being brought onto themselves or the situation in that because their time isn't really worth anything in this modern era. It's not like they are Amish people or hermits or these deep meditators that are kind of, oh, let me see what kind of teachings are available. These are people that are constantly watching things, constantly believing in things, constantly consuming things. And so this spiritual teaching becomes just another thing that they're consuming. And sure, they might, it's possible some people get insight through it, but mainly people are just participating in self-deception. Like I'm thinking of one of Angelo Delulu's uh, videos where he talks about, deep shadow work. And deep shadow work means that you've gone through this very deep hellish experience of not being able to avoid suffering. And that only happens because there's a very deep degree of attainment and insight. And that's just not true. It's just not true at all. And the way that it's presented and the way that it's consumed will lead people to believe that they're a lot more enlightened than they are. And that in turn will lead people to, buying into Angelo Delulu's whole scheme. I'm here to tell you that you're a lot less enlightened, more than likely, than you think that you are, and that it's a generally hopeless, situation to be in. For me, that's more genuine, that's more authentic, and that is more priming people towards generosity that's actually going to bring light into their decisions and their situation and their own mind. Because what people like Angelo Delulu are selling is the promise of easy enlightenment, or the promise of, hey, you're actually already enlightened, you just didn't realize it, and now you're a special person. Don't you like that? So why don't you buy and subscribe to my YouTube and keep participating. Not to say Angelo DeLulu's not a good guy or anything like that. I'm sure he's a great guy. I'm sure he's more enlightened than me. It's just not a good approach for actually deepening your practice. Yeah. Escape the cult of Angelo DeLulu. Anybody here who's in the cult of Angelo DeLulu, please try to escape. I will help you. Yeah, whenever it's in the realm of duality, it's more like a bamboo stick propped up in the field of golden flowers. I surrender. Aditya, I wanted to ask you if you are planning to go back to Australia after your visit to Vietnam. Because maybe if we meet in Vietnam and get along, then we could go, because I might be going to Australia, go over there and then do like an Australian tour. Because we have a lot of supporters and donors, and maybe we could organize some meditation retreats or things like that. Sweet. Would you have the time and the energy to drive around in a bus with me in Australia to the different donors' houses and maybe set up some meditation retreats or something? Cool. Well, let's generally plan for that then. And that should be in beginning to mid-November when we should start that. We've got I don't know, maybe you have a car, but we have a clown in Australia who's a good devotee, and she said we can use her blue clown van to drive around Australia and visit and teach. So maybe that's what's going to happen. I don't know. And I want to be clear about this. If you're a donor, if you're a supporter, if you're someone that's seriously involved with me in some way, then if you reach out and you ask me a question, Dr. Rob, how much did you really spend on that gold chain? Of course, I'm not gonna pull your leg. I'm not gonna pull your tail. I'm gonna tell you, what the situation is. But random people coming in and asking questions, don't expect to get a free handout, Warren. You want to ask a question like that, as I've said before, as I'm known for saying before, you put that on the back of a $50 bill, and you'll get your answer. So Aditya, I'm in Dalat. Um, this is a good place to come and visit. It's cool here. So you come up to Dalat and get a hotel or whatever. I know some of the hotels around here as well. So get you a good deal. And yeah, we can spend some days together, spend some time together for sure. Do some live streams together. If there is anybody out in the mystery in Australia listening, you could consider to try to connect and organize some maybe sessions or meetings or events in Australia at like some yoga studios or meditation studios or stuff like that. Because it's a little bit, people don't quite like it when the person who's attempting to teach or thinks that they can teach is reaching out to ask the people if they can come and teach there. Anyways, I don't know how that stuff works. And so this is not true, Bert. The truth is within, you need no teacher is just a kind of misguided attempt to reify recognition of what is already. Because in the sense that you need no teacher, there is no truth. So the whole statement doesn't make any sense. And the truth, in that sense, certainly isn't within or without. So it's a lot of disassociated, discombobulated gobbledygook. It's a mess. And when we talk about real spirituality, it's the highest form of work or building or specificism. The highest form of specificism. So when you say that, the skill to making a good house is within, you don't need any carpenter. You know what I mean? You don't need any master carpenter. You don't need any blueprints. Don't expect to get a good house out of that or a good structure out of that. Yeah, for anybody who would like to send questions or connect with me, you can do so through WhatsApp anytime. I'll put the number for WhatsApp on the stream. Just add me as the contacts in your phone or through WhatsApp. Don't be hesitant, just go and visit. It's exploration, that's it. You're not going there to sign off on some kind of document. You're just going there to visit. You're going there to experience. You're going there to explore because You're concerned with enlightenment, you're concerned with Buddhism, you're concerned with meditation, and you don't know that much about it. So you just go there from a place of exploration and innocence and openness. So there's nothing to be shy about that, especially when it comes to a Buddhist monastery or temple. Nice. Welcome, Lucian. best things that we can do to deepen our heart and open our mind and have a more enjoyable life, a more deep spiritual life, is to practice meditation now. Focus in on any resistance that's there. Focus in on anything, any feeling of what is not good. Or what is boring. Penetrate into that resistance. There is no right or wrong in anything. And yet, we do have preferences. We like feeling pleasure, we don't like feeling pain. And this habit of liking and disliking leads to a certain kind of compulsive seeking, compulsive avoiding. So no more avoiding and no more seeking, just facing what is now, inside, outside, everything now, whatever it is, to face that, to experience that as it is. No shtick, no explaining, no BS words and phrases, just directly experiencing yourself, your own experience. So when we meditate like this, we separate the cream from the chaff. We cut off our involvements with lower, energetic, intellectual nonsense. We come into a real sense of depth and authenticity and presence that is undeniable, and perceptivity. So people who don't meditate oftentimes are not particularly perceptive. As we meditate in the proper way, our Dharma eye, our wisdom eye, our third eye begins to slowly open, slowly inch open. And if it is very unpleasant, then that's a good sign, because unpleasantness is usually what we're avoiding. Usually what we're spending a lot of energy trying to get away from is the unpleasantness. That is a major part of having a body and a mind. So be with that unpleasantness. Endure it, face it, eat it, chew on it. Our entire lives are basically run on and manipulated by pleasure, pain, boredom. So in this work, we are facing that pain, facing that suffering, facing this direct experience in the here and now. Step back, do not get involved. Do not fall into a state of belief or believing, but rather return to direct experiencing. The breath is there to keep your body alive, to keep your heart ticking, so step into the breathing. Take responsibility for the breathing and facing the direct experience of the body and mind in the here and now. Do not be pulled into thinking. Do not fall into a state of believing about thinking. Go back to the breathing. Go back to the facing. as if you are on a spiritual journey within your own mind, where moment by moment, step by step, breath by breath, you are choosing the path of uninvolvement, choosing the path of not identifying with, not holding on to, but just continuing to look, to be with, to experience. Breathing, opening out, to being with the reality as it is, unknown, ungraspable, constantly changing, mysterious in every way, unknown in every way. Watching the tides of the ocean of the mind. Stay with breathing, stay with awareness. Stay with uninvolvement with appearances. Not trying, but letting, allowing everything to fall away. Fall, let. meditation is like practicing uninvolvement. Good, good, Medida. Very good. Good job. The longer we can stay with the horribleness of trying to practice meditation, the better. the better our lives will be. The more our wisdom and our compassion will open up. Because what we're really doing there is we're going deeper and deeper into our resistances, that energy of resistance, that energy of not liking. And that will open up deeper states of peace, deeper states of happiness and joy, right? But also we learn to be non-reactive in the face of suffering or unpleasantness, which allows that proliferation of suffering to not take place, right? We get very angry, we get very greedy, we get very delusional. We poison ourselves. So when we practice meditation like that, we're learning how to not poison ourselves experientially. And you can just go right back into it, right back into that meditative way. That is not about anyone, not about anything, not about any story about what's going on, you see? Just to step back. Totally destroys the earth, totally destroys the world. Doesn't destroy it, it renounces it, it forgives it, it detaches from it. Release and relax the whole body and mind. Totally uninvolved with random, stupid people. So what really is meditation? Don't worry about it. Just breathe and relax and release the whole body and mind. Don't worry about what meditation is or isn't. So there's a space here there's an aspect here that has nothing to do with believing in anything. Awareness without beliefs. Awareness without any kind of gross wants or gross avoidances. So there's not really anything in this space that's wanted. There's not really anything in this space that needs to be gotten rid of. Check then, is there a sense of neutralness? Is there a sense of neutralness in the mind? Releasing, releasing, releasing the identity of needing to think. We may see some of our shadows like waves in the ocean calling out for a break or attention. Just detach, just ignore, just don't believe. Like a cosmic drill into the brain. Not just sitting here zoning out, but actually, without effort, going deeper and deeper and deeper into this mind of direct experience. It is not based on beliefs, not based in thoughts. Not based in or on anything, not about anything. Breathing as an act of love, breathing as an act of wonder. Let the breath come to you. No need to control it. Receiving and giving forgiveness. Total authenticity within our own minds. Nothing to do with anything. So much not having to do with things or anything that there is no belief, there is no identity, there is no story. There is no control or anything to be controlled or anyone to control. Like an eye opening up in space, seeing all that is mostly space. Seeing appearances that are mostly composed of no appearance. Notice in a very subtle and experiential way how phenomena, and the phenomena can be so subtle you can't even thingify, but how impermanent, how interconnected, how lacking in identity, and how unsatisfactory things are. Let go of what you understand. Let go of what you know. Let go of what you believe. These things, these knowings, just barriers to break through. Barriers to be forgiven and relinquished. Like a bright light in the mind. Shining with forgiveness. Shining throughout the whole body and mind. This light dissolving all negativity, but really this light dissolving all contrivance, all assumed up things, all created up things. Allowing the thought patterns to arise and pass away freely, the tendencies to arise and pass away freely, the habits to arise and pass away freely. And allow that shining of light in the mind to brighten out through the whole body and mind. To brighten out through the whole body and mind, even out into the environment. Body and mind of light shining out. Shining out together with everything. Releasing and relaxing everything. Giving out everything. Breathing and shining out and giving out whatever peace, whatever deepening, whatever heart opening has been generated in this guided meditation. Let it flow out, let it shine out through the whole body and mind of light. Shine out into the environment. Shine out into the world. Release all contraction, release all constriction. Give it all out. And take a few deep breaths. Come back into ordinariness. Come back into normalcy. Can make a promise and a vow not to collect this experience into a box of spirituality, but to allow it to empower you to give more, to share more, to offer more. If you would like to donate, simple, you can send a message on WhatsApp and I'll share the PayPal with you. Do I look lost? I think I look pretty cool, don't I? Yeah, Eden, so it's called Upaya Zen Center. Upaya Zen Center. This is one of the difficult things to remember about Buddhism, and I know that I've brought this up, not because it's something I fully understand, but something, that I'm processing, trying to process myself, is that Siddhartha Gautama, the ascetic, was a full-blown meditation master. All 8 jhanas, somebody who could make their mind do whatever it wanted to do, but he still wasn't enlightened. So the meditation is more like it gives us empowerment to practice vipassana. It gives us empowerment to not be totally lost in compulsive, identity-based seeking and avoidance, so that we can see each and every moment as a vipassana Dhamma wisdom experience. That's what leads to the opening of the fruit, the Magga-phala, and that's what guarantees that we're on the way to arahantship. Yeah. But most of my masters, they don't emphasize jhana. It's just kind of like it's almost like a side effect. Samatha is like a side effect of vipassana. And then there's some traditions that say that side effect isn't necessary to get the fruit, which I agree with. ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang, ooh, ee, ooh, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. The Buddha said, each and every day of my life will cease to exist, and only this moment will be the revolution of no more suffering, continuously, without beginning and without ending, forever, in endless time. I don't know why these little bumblebees are coming in here. Come here, Chippy. Come here. Just catch them in the cloth and then throw them out. Would anyone like to call in through WhatsApp and ask some questions and have a little bit of a conversation about their practice? A little bit, but less so. Less dizzy. Question. What kind of mind is called craving? Answer. The mind of the common man. Question. What kind of mind is that which is non-arising? Answer. The mind of the hearer. Question. What kind of mind is that which understands the essencelessness of dharmas? Answer. It is the mind of the solitary Buddha. Question. What kind of mind is that which engenders neither understanding nor delusion? Answer. The mind of the Bodhisattva. Question. What kind of mind is that which is not awakened and does not know? No answer. The reason there is no answer is that Dharma, with a capital D, cannot answer, because Dharma is no mind, and an answer is having mind. Dharma is speechless, and an answer is having speech. Dharma is without interpretation, and an answer is interpretation. Dharma is without knowledge, and an answer is having knowledge. Dharma is without this and that, and an answer is having this and that. Such minds and words are no more than calculations. Because mind is not a form, it is not connected to forms, and yet mind is not formless and is not connected to formlessness. Such minds and words are no more than calculations. Because mind is not a form, it is not connected to forms, and yet mind is not formless and is not connected to formlessness. So this is Nibbana mind. The dhyana minds can be formless states of mind. The mind's not being connected to anything is liberation. If one breaks the prohibitive precepts, he will turn apprehensive. However, if he knows that his mind of anxiety cannot be apprehended, then he will even attain liberation. He will also know that a rebirth in a heaven cannot be apprehended. So a rebirth in a heaven basically means having a good beer and a good cheeseburger. Even though he knows voidness, voidness cannot be apprehended. Even though he knows that nothing can be apprehended, no apprehension cannot be apprehended. So we can say no having, no holding, no one to hold. This sounds very similar to the teachings of Longchen-pa, doesn't it? About no one to apprehend, and so we're maybe acting from these places of apprehending and apprehension and someone to apprehend, something to get and someone to get it, and that puts us in this time world, right? It puts us in the world of samsara, and then we make actions in that world of samsara, and then we keep cycling and cycling and cycling, right? Does that make sense? So no one to experience it and nothing to be experienced keeps us from going down to the beer place and getting a cheeseburger and a beer and enjoying it, because there's nobody to do that. There's nothing to get out of that. That itself, such as this, is just a hallucinatory appearance. So the work then and the deep meditation is learning to not care that it's unpleasant. Our care that it's unpleasant is putting us in the world of samsara, keeping us to cycle and cycle and cycle. So the Buddha, being a meditation master, still cared that dhyanas, or not Buddha, but Siddhartha Gautama, that dhyanas were pleasant. He still cared about dhyanas, just like an anagami. So I guess the Buddha was, Siddhartha Gautama was a very skillful anagami before he became arhat, but he was self-enlightened, so a Buddha, because there was no precursor to it, as the story goes. Yeah, sure, it's possible. Could be like that. We keep turning the wheel. Samsara is kind of like one of those wheels where you get lucky, right? You win a prize. But actually, it's not luck. It's luck from our humanistic perspective. But from the perspective of cause and effect, it's not luck at all. It's one-to-one direct. How fast you spin it is what it lands on. The energy put in is the energy put out, right? When we make these intentional actions of me getting involved with something, you are turning the wheel. You're turning the wheel, and then you're getting a result from that. And all of that is suffering. Even if you're in the heavens, that's a suffering. If you're down in the hells, that's clearly a suffering. Because the suffering is the attachment to. And the attachment to creates someone and something. And then someone and something are constantly changing and disappearing. So it's like buying a great phone that they say this can disappear at any moment. And it is all disappearing at any moment, at every moment. I wouldn't do that, Eden. Definitely not an arahant. Arahants are, what an arahant basically means you've mastered every season. And I certainly haven't mastered every season. Even the Buddha, if you listen to Hillside Hermitage, he talks about, look, basically you have Sotapanna and Arahant. You've entered the stream, and you're in the stream, or you're a dead piece of wood, or you're finished. You understand? And the other things are just kind of descriptions or practical guidance from the Buddha, so people would leave him alone. We can't say that the Buddha was like this spaced out deity hippie. The Buddha was viscerally compassionate and wise, but he wasn't just wandering around aimlessly. There was an aim of wisdom and compassion that was straight as an arrow, and that included discernment. That included being able to make use of thoughts. The Buddha said, "Don't go over there, that's a shithole." In so many words, in his wise and compassionate way. There's a story of a woman who came to the Buddha whining and crying, and she wanted the Buddha to bring back her child that had died to life. And the Buddha didn't start talking to her and trying to therapize her. He sent her on a wild goose chase. The Buddha told this grieving woman, who was basically going into psychosis, to go and knock on all the doors of the people in the village and find the family that didn't have anyone who died in their family. Now we can say from this kind of high and mighty, what a smart man Buddha is, what a wise thing to do. But if you really look at it in a literal way, who the heck was this guy? How could you can see it from that side as well. How could you treat somebody like that? You sent this grieving woman that was basically totally suggestible and in a state of psychosis to go and knock on everybody's doors and ask them who wasn't died and embarrass herself and shame herself to the community? Why didn't the Buddha just explain it to her? Why didn't the Buddha just talk to her? Right? Why didn't the Buddha do it the way that you thought that the Buddha should do it? And so it's just ridiculous. And it's people who, brown nosers, they like something smelly. If mind has something to value, it will surely have something to despise. If mind has something that it affirms, it must have something that it negates. If mind takes one thing to be good, then all other things are non-good. If mind has affection for one person, then all other persons become people whom one has a grudge against. Mind does not abide in forms, nor does it abide in formlessness. It does not abide in abiding, nor does it abide in no abiding. If mind has abiding, it will not avoid being roped in. If mind has a place where it functions, then it is bondage. Now, to be very clear about this, it is much more easier to be enlightened than it is to pretend to be enlightened. And for most of us, it wouldn't be particularly easy to pretend to be enlightened, right? Or to convince ourselves that we're enlightened. But it's much easier for you to convince yourself that you're enlightened, or you are an arhat, or a lot of people just have these vague ideas about enlightenment, or to pretend to be enlightened than it is to actually be in this enlightened state, or this arhat state, or this complete state, this finalized state. And so, what have we learned to do growing up? We are not the Native American young men who are going through rites of passage and doing our best to show up for our tribe. We've been conditioned to be compulsively seeking what is easy and pleasurable and avoiding what is difficult and unpleasant. So, in the modern world, 99% of spiritual seekers and teachers and non-dual whatever are much more, and anyone on the path is much more likely to convince themselves that they're enlightened rather than to actually be enlightened. These titles can be very important in terms of selling, especially in like Tibetan Buddhism, where if somebody is a tulku, you believe in that and they're very supported, that they're a reincarnation of a past lama or something like that. And heck, that's a heck of a good deal, especially if you're a Sotapanna, or you enter the stream. You're going to live a good life. You're going to have a nice diet as a tulku. Go and ask the wishing well, you said, Chavaz. What is the purpose of our lives then, O wishing well? O sky of skies, O eagle soaring bird. What is the purpose of our lives? So the truth is that it's a very dull question. It's a stupid question. What a shame, what a sadness, but it's true. For me and you, it's not true for truth. Let's read this again. If mind has something to value, it will surely have something to despise. So mind here is like talking about the mindscape, the plane of mind, the sphere of mind. So like you go into your meditation, you're in the sphere of mind. You're not in the world of things. You can't see your body, you can't see things, everything's disappeared. So you're kind of in the sphere, or in the what did this say yesterday? The square foot or the square inch of mind. If mind, you said, I'm not saying that I don't know, I'm saying that you are a stupid person. And actually, harsh speech is not a part of the five precepts. Uh, uh, the precept on speech is lying. So from my side, I'm not lying. I'm saying you said you seem to be like a stupid person. And that doesn't mean that you're unique in any way, and I certainly don't mean anything negative about that. It's just like if I were to say you were a weak person because you couldn't like lift up heavy things. So what? It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything special to me. I like stupid people more than I like intelligent people when they donate more. So it's not just all black or white. Once we get into this black or white paradigm, we don't have much access to perceptivity, subtlety, or kind of sidestepping our ego's narrative that's it's trying to push. Because, we haven't entered the stream. We don't know the Dhamma. All we know is forms and appearances and our own ego. We don't have access to the Dhamma. We just have access to emotional wiggling, emotional devotion, and emotional wiggling. If mind has something to value, and the reason that we can talk about this is because in Buddhism, the presentation for what a sotapanna is, or what a stream enterer is, or what the intellectual framework for someone who knows the Dharma is very simple and accessible and available. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't want to deal with that because it derails their, like we were talking about earlier, their hierarchical power structures and their ego's mission to be right and to kind of bloat itself on complicated thoughts. Because the Sangha is really a system that the Buddha set up to contain the Dharma and to sustain the Dharma for long term. It's not some kind of esoterical, philosophical belief system. It's not really about that. Is that understood? Is that understood? Yeah, stupid equals ignorance. And there's nothing wrong with ignorance, except when it comes to mindfulness and detachment. So we have ignorance and attachment, and we have mindfulness and detachment, fundamentally. So if you are ignorant and attached, calling you an idiot is the kind thing to do. Because the depth of your ignorance and attachment has you chained to heaven and hell. It has you chained to suffering. So saying, hey, you're just stupid, but you can get enlightened, is actually a really compassionate thing to do, a kind thing to do. Go and have yourself a cup of tea or a coffee, Stuart. Get some of the wakefulness in you. You have to take responsibility for your own states. We're trying to kind of be in relationship with people that we just aren't really willing to be generous with, and it's a degeneracy, right? It's a toxicity. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, if mind has something to value, it will surely have something to despise. If mind has something that it affirms, it must have something that it negates. If mind takes one thing to be good, then all other things are non-good. If mind has affection for one person, then all other persons become people whom one has a grudge against. Mind does not abide in forms, nor does it abide in formlessness. It does not abide in abiding, nor does it abide in no abiding. If mind has abiding, it will not avoid being roped in. If mind has a place where it functions, then it is bondage. If mind values dharmas, phenomena, dharmas will keep you back. If mind honors one dharma, mind necessarily will have something that it considers inferior. When you try to grasp the meaning of the sutras and treatises, you should not value understanding. If there are places that you understand, then your mind has something to be connected to. If mind has something to be connected to, then it is bondage. The sutras say it is not through inferior, middle, or superior dharmas that one attains nirvana. Even though mind has entered delusion, you must not produce a thought of delusionlessness. When mind arises, rely on Dharma capital D to gaze at the place it arises from. If mind discriminates, rely on Dharma to gaze at the place of discrimination. So rely on the teachings of Buddha or rely on the teachings of awareness to gaze at the place of discrimination, of picking and choosing. Whether greed, anger, or stupidity, rely on capital D Dharma to gaze at the place they arise from. Not seeking the place they arise from is cultivating the path. If there is arising of mind, then investigate and relying on Dharma, tidy up. The intellectual challenge is also a push to detach, a push to abandon, a push to be uninvolved, to rely on the teachings, because these are all dharmas, lowercase d. You should then rely on the Dharma, capital D, or the teaching of Buddha, or the teaching of awareness, to observe that place from which the discrimination of this being intellectually challenging arises from. Gaze at the place of discrimination. Gaze at the place of whatever phenomena arises, where it arises from. Gaze at that place. Yeah, all good, Roots, all good. It's so you are taking yourself or your mind to be the stream of intellect or the stream of understanding or not understanding. And so the words, thoughts, and phrases that you're using as like a scaffolding for your mind are irrelevant to the mind itself. The mind itself doesn't exist in time, just like your body doesn't exist in time. If your body existed in time, it'd be ripped apart, right? So the body only is this present moment appearing or expressing that is constant change. 100% constant change. So the truth is that there is no body. There is no body. There's no such thing as a body that is solidified. There's just an idea of the body. And so what is that idea of the body? That idea of the body is just a thought or a mental form, a temporary mental form, that just like the real body that maybe exists for a 0.0001 millisecond or even less time, even a shorter period of time before that cell turns to another cell, is just an illusion. It's a hallucinatory appearance. The notion of there is an observer within you is just false Dhamma or broke Dhamma, or garbage juice teachings. This isn't just about we're coming up with things, right? This isn't just, well, I came up with this and you should think that that's true. It's not about that at all. Whatever phenomena you are aware of during this Dhamma Vipassana class, you should not attach to that phenomena, whether it's mental or material, but rather you should go back to present moment awareness of the arising and passing away of nama and rupa sensations, or mental and material phenomena. Yes, the observer was never there to begin with, so the position of the observer over time will dissipate. That appearance will dissipate. That it's like a solidity of convincingness. So the delusions are this solidified thought form, or many thoughts coming together as a kind of feeling and emotion of being convinced, of being believing, right? And that believing is based in pleasant, unpleasant, neutral. I like what's pleasant, I don't like what's unpleasant, but sometimes that gets mixed up. Sometimes that gets conflagrated, gets reversed, or whatever kind of thing comes up. And so we have to identify the non-believing or the unconvincing, the way of allowing you to do that, and that is through vipassana. That is through Dhamma Vipassana wisdom experiences. That is based on your willingness, very, very simply, to be aware and to detach. Even if I was talking in a different language and you could not understand anything that I was saying, but you understood that this was about meditation, and you sat here and focused and listened, and maybe you had one sentence like, okay, you should be aware of what's going on and not attached to it, then that would be a skillful use of means for you to practice seriously. This is not about holding on to ideas or perspectives or positions of any kind. This is not about assuming up anything, but to be mindful and not attached, aware and not attached. Period. Not thinking. To extend the space, the access to the space of non-thinking, fundamentally. Because where all of this is arising from, this language, this philosophy, this opinion, the observer, the thought about that, is the original mind or the true mind. So when afflictions arise, or when perspectives arise, or when emotions arise, look at the place from which they arise from. Understand? So that you can begin to orient yourself towards original mind, or meditation on nature, or meditation on ever new, impermanent nature, ever new, original, impermanent nature. So the solidity of impermanence is in the ever newness of it, that is thingless. The ever newness of it is thingless. Sure. But you as a person may not be willing to sacrifice in that way to achieve the unachievable, so you never will. You'll never get close. And ultimately, to spoil your surprise, you cannot get close to know you, because there's no you to begin with. There's nothing to be closer or farther away from. And for the people who want to get out there and grow, come over here to Vietnam and I'll kick your ass and I'll help you grow. This is not just about willy-wog emptiness or something like that. This is about, I am more powerful than you in all the ways that matter when you don't get to control the chessboard. I can detach when you cannot detach. I can forgive when you cannot forgive. I can be open when you cannot be open. I can see clearly when you cannot see clearly, which is basically where all the power comes from, in the capacity to see clearly, thisness or thusness, the truthfulness of reality as it is in the here and now. And yes, anything that's you and I based is a joke, but what does that really mean? Because for most people in the world, Gaza and Israel is a joke. Or it might as well be a joke, because the only thing that you do about it is, like it or dislike it or reshare it or say, hey, what do you think about that? So this is about not joking around anymore, but being really, really deep and serious into the way that it actually is, instead of being lost in appearances. Appearances are empty. Appearances are hallucinatory in nature. You don't have to be afraid of appearances or believe in them, because they're empty. It's attainable just like anything is, according to how seriously you take it and how seriously you get involved with it, to become a sotapanna, to become a stream enterer, to become someone who knows about the truth. The truth that there's no such thing as the past, there's no such thing as the future, there's no such thing as separation, there's no such thing as a real true person and a real true story. It doesn't mean that it doesn't seem like that sometimes. Zachary, you are an idiot. Another idiot here. I love you, Zach, but you're a dummy. You're about as dumb as a box of rocks. You're looking for someone to come along and get you to take your money out of your pocket and give it to them so that they can fill you up with their bullshit. You're a dummy too, Joey. Two dummies make a fucking idiot. 2 + 1 is Zephyr Ero. And so we're so arrogant in our ignorance that nobody can tell us anything. Nobody can help us. The only people who we allow to help us are the people who set up a course on school.com or whatever kind of thing and manipulate us out of our money, because we think that we're going to become an alpha man because this guy tells us that we're going to. Or to spend $12,000 on a weekend course where people, hey, who wants to donate $1,000 a month? Who wants to make a commitment to donate $1,000 a month to the Monk Life Meditation Institute? That would help a lot. $1,000 a month or whatever, to take their bullshit course that doesn't come from basically any experience outside of them smelling their own farts. And they're going to teach you how to smell their farts, and then eventually you'll learn how to smell your own farts. Because in the question that you ask, this isn't always true, but many times is true, that the question that you ask reveals yourself. So, for example, the reason that I know Zachary is a dummy is because this is primary classic Eastern philosophy. This is Buddhism. These are the teachings of the Buddha. So this is classic Eastern philosophy. And we're all dummies in a lot of ways if we're not completely enlightened. Yeah, come here and smell my complicated gas. Zachary, that just doesn't mean anything to you. And if people don't agree with these teachings, then I will use my sword and I will take their head and I will feed it to the devil so that I will be empowered by relationship with the shadow. It doesn't matter, Zachary. You're role-playing as someone who this stuff matters in some way to you. And you should never do that. You either come here and recognize you basically have no experience in this stuff, and you take up a position of a willingness to learn and a willingness to be helped, or it's a zero-sum game. You talking about, but have you? No, you're pretending. You're LARPing as someone who has a meaningful experience with Zen or the Way or anything like that, when you haven't done anything to be in relationship with that experience or that perspective. And that's fine. But it's a kind of self-convincing principle that allows us to be whoever or whatever we want to be. And it's just very impractical, and it wastes a lot of our time and energy. And you don't have to be impractical about it here, because I'm here as a teacher to support you, to straighten you out. Question. In cultivating and attaining the path, are some slow and some quick? Answer. They are separated by millions of eons. In the case of those for whom mind is the path, it is quick. For those practitioners who produce the thought of enlightenment and practice, it is slow. People of sharp abilities know that mind is the path. People of dull abilities seek everywhere for the path, but lack knowledge of its location. Moreover, they do not know that mind from the outset is unexcelled perfect enlightenment. Question. What about quickly attaining the path? Answer. Mind is the substance of the path, and so one quickly attains the path. When the practitioner themselves realizes that delusion has arisen, then, relying on Dharma, he gazes and brings about its exhaustion. Bring about the exhaustion of whatever appearance it is. If it appears, exhaust it by gazing, relying on Dharma, relying on the teachings of awareness to bring about its exhaustion. I guess that's what you do. Oh, it's so annoying and difficult. I wish I was just some kind of stoner playing video games somewhere. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Was once a fawn, so lost at sea, But now the shore I see, amazing grace, how sweet the sound has found a wreck like me. I once was lost, but now I see the shore is me. Phone number's right there. You call in on WhatsApp and I'll talk with you. Yeah, devotional practices have been a big part of my path in my life since I got started. And one of the places I got started in spirituality was actually with the Hare Krishnas. So their whole thing is reciting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. There are a lot of ways to do devotional practices, and it's always been a pretty big part of my path. You know. Devotion is really what led me out of monastic life, funnily enough. Because it's just not something that, I mean, if you look at the modern global situation, like the modern global situation is very Western coded, right? And there's no Western monks, it's just not, it hasn't been adopted, it hasn't been adapted, it hasn't been invited, right? And welcomed. And so, en masse, there's not the social sensitivity anymore for devotional practices that there used to be. And devotional practices, of course, can be done in a cave somewhere, but historically they've often been done socially. And it brings a lot of inspiration and empowerment to be doing devotional practices in community. And it's just not something that people value anymore. And because of the lack of people that have been practicing that, and also the overall influence of the West, it's become kind of a very dilapidated, the access to devotional practices has become very dilapidated. And a lot of it is about being able to be supported. So, like, can you be supported in that vulnerability? When you get yourself into that deep, deep vulnerable state, is there someone or something or community to support you? And oftentimes there's not. No, not at all, Joey. I mean, there's, because people have talked about me, and I'm like this beggar, or I'm relying on donations of people, so why don't I teach in a certain way? Why don't I present in a certain way? But I've heard stories of, Ajahn Chah monks in America that were doing Dhutanga, like very wonderful ascetic and sincere practice, and they had to disrobe when they got sick. That's how lacking in support even, formal monks can be in a Western context. So it's really something that the only answer is consistency. Consistency of a wish to get involved with the Dhamma and the path of ending suffering. And then, you'll wiggle woggle your way farther down the line, and you'll get access to more meditation teachers and Dharma masters and stuff like that. Because he got Lyme's disease in the forest when he was doing Dhutanga, and which is like ascetic wandering practice, and he didn't have a monastery, or he didn't have any community to support him, So I don't know what exactly went down, but that's what I've been told about that whole situation. And that's not abnormal for Western monastics. Western monastics can be exceedingly, exceedingly isolated and have a lot of lack of support. But Buddhist devotional practice can take a lot of different forms. I mean, eating only discarded food, not sleeping, drinking very little water, pushing yourself into sensitivity and vulnerability, exposure to the elements. The Buddha laid down the Dhutangas, 10 practices that we can do, but there's a lot of forms that one can practice devotional with. The Bodhisattva path, where you're going out into the streets and you're taking in the suffering of other beings and trying to transmute that, and then help them to find Nibbana, help them to find the ending of suffering. Even some forms of devotional practice, you go to hell. You go to hell and you abide in hell, and you try to save the beings there. You vow to help the beings there. Just be in a state of wonder and awe not in a state of figuring out. What's that guy's name? Magaseka. Magaseka. Wonder how he's doing. I mean, I've been ousted from many
Welcome, TV.
Buddhist communities and many Buddhist circles because people don't like me. Has nothing to do with the Dhamma, has nothing to do with, being informed by wisdom or whatever. People just don't like me and they're not willing to communicate with me. And, so don't feel bad if you get kicked out or you're not able to be somewhere. It's just the way that it is. People have different perspectives and positions about what they think is right, and you know. We can go around, begging for money to get what we want, or we can get up and give. And if you want to get a lot, you have to give a lot. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And solitary practice is not so accessible to most people. And it's not necessarily advisable either. Um, it's a different generation, it's a different kind of people that we have now than we had 2,600 years ago. It's the Dharma ending age. If you want to make spiritual progress, you have to you have to be in community. Solitary practice is very good for sure. I could use a 2-week solitary retreat or what have you, but most people are totally unequipped to do any kind of consistent meditation by themselves. And that's fine. Hey, slightly shaky. Hey everybody, we're not having any little conversations going on in here. Don't make me wipe you all out in a single swipe, okay? Yeah, non-dual devotion. Very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Makes you suffer a lot. But you get a lot of experience through that. Yum jum rum rum ding dong.
And renting out a house. And a small studio apartment, which can go somewhere between, 1,000 to 1,500.
So this is a monk.
This
is a monk who's in America, and he's been there for a long time, and he's trying to raise $1,000 to $1,500 monthly from his kind of students and his followers' monthly commitments so that he can get an apartment in Colorado. And that's also one way to do it, as a monk.
Actually, I felt, what? That is actually doable. I felt that if I took the leap.
So he's begging for money to be supported, to have an apartment in Colorado, which is where he wants to go and live. And he's asking his community to donate for that. And with the idea, with the intention that it's going to be, well, anywhere that a monk lives is kind of a meditation center, kind of a temple, right? So that's kind of what he's doing.
And decided, this is what we are going to do.
See, I like this
there
because
would be enough.
I don't really like that guy so much. I love him, but I don't really like him so much just from my experience with him. But I do love him. And what you love is more important than liking or not liking. And so I don't necessarily want to see that guy fail, even if I think that it's a bit of a misguided expectation. But it's nice to see people challenging others to be generous and to support. I like that. I like people using their position and just saying, hey, I need an apartment in Colorado and I need you to pay for it because you're my community, you're my Sangha, because I'm a monk. I like that.
Support for that.
Because it's challenging. It challenges people who are just sitting on the sidelines, kind of watching what's going on, and it's like, yeah, this guy really likes to do that stuff and I'm really helping him out by watching it. And then that guy comes and says, wait a minute, I need $2,000 a month to pay for my apartment in Colorado that I want for the community. And then, you're like, well, wait a minute. Okay, Oba Chamanea, Laka Laka Layla, Langa Langa Ding Dong. Bye bye, Joey. Subscribers have no rights here at all. Donors have rights, but subscribers have zero rights. Okay? Subscribers have zero rights here.
And so this is the major announcement.
So the major
announcement, the major plan at this point, starting now and going for the next year or so until the plan gets put into action, is to make it known in the Buddhist community the goal. The goal being to set foot in Colorado, to have enough support that I could stay in a small studio apartment, which is like a kuti. It's more like a senior's kuti because it has a bathroom and kitchen and things like that. It's a small place, not really a place to host people to visit, but enough for me to live in Colorado.
He wants to live in Colorado. He wants his own place. He wants his own apartment to live at. And it's going to cost about $1,500 to $2,000. I left this comment 3 months ago. I said, I wish you the very best in all your work as a monk, but I think the expectation of $2,000 a month in donations for a personal apartment in a location of your choosing may be a bit misplaced / misguided, especially for a monk aligning themselves with the Thai forest tradition and still, generally young in vasas. So it's too much of an expectation, I think, but I'd love to see how it works out. Love to see how it goes for him. Hey, and I want $2,000 a month here too.
Enough for me to be there, to officially become a resident of Colorado, and more importantly.
No. He's a well-regarded American monk from Bhavana Society. Forest wandering style is you live and practice in the forest. You stay in the forest and meditate. You don't stay at the temple. You make the forest your temple. You make the forest your monastery. What am I going to do with $2, Kevin? What ideas do you have? It can be very similar to camping, and it can be totally dissimilar to camping. It's very dangerous unless you have the proper training. Oh my goodness. Tim? I see, Tim. I see some of the information that you're sharing here. The most important thing here, Tim Yingis, is listen to the Dharma teachers, especially if you're interested in Dzogchen and Zen and Chan. You have to listen to the Dharma teachers. You're not going to figure it out by yourself, okay? That's very important. You're not going to meditate your way there. You can also visit Buddhist meditation centers, Buddhist monasteries in your area. And if you want to support in some kind of editing, you can start by you can make like some highlight reels from our live streams, from our past videos. You can make edits, like highlight edits with cool noises and stuff like that, just to play around, just to see how it goes. And keep it light and keep it open, Tim. It's not an all or nothing thing. Just keep it light and keep it open.
To officially create Maggaseka as a 501c3 religious organization. Once we see there is enough support that I can stay in the state, and we create officially Maggaseka, then the ball just rolls from there. Right? Once everything is officially created, Maggaseka becomes an official organization. Maggaseka can officially take donations, officially do the things that 501c3 does, officially help the vision to grow. So these are the two big things. Those of you who have been following me for a while, you've been hearing possibilities. You've been hearing visions. You've been hearing thoughts. But now we are coming to concrete action.
Because it's not too difficult to get like a group of people that are interested in what you have to say, or willing to like come and join your meditation classes or things like that. But the moment that you say to people, hey, let's donate, let's see if we can make a meditation center, let's do stuff like that, people, especially those people that actually have checkbooks, tend to slowly put their checkbooks behind them. You know what I mean? And it's something that's very important to building that dharmic relationship, is generosity, not just taking, not just receiving, but also giving. Because it's a very, very small amount of people who will take the step from seeing you as their teacher or as a teacher to then supporting you regularly. Small amount of people. And this is the same for a monk as someone who's in my kind of position, I don't know. I don't know about that. She was kind of...
The concrete action being that a year from now, about a year and a month from now, we will make the attempt to live in Colorado. And then hopefully, after a couple months there, if things seem pretty stable, it seems like there's enough support, then officially create Maggaseka as 501c3 organization and get the ball rolling from there. So this is a call to action. This is a call to action for all friends of Maggaseka. Everybody who shares in my vision, right? Having a vision is nice, but as I've seen personally, and as I've heard in many examples, there's no monastery, there's no place, there's no organization that's just built by one person. Maybe one person has the vision, but unless other people believe in that vision and believe it should exist, then it won't exist.
So he's calling for donors. He's inciting donorship. I don't know. I don't know what the situation is with his community, but I think probably, yeah. But I respect him a lot for doing that, and I think there's a good truth in that. There's a beauty in that. There's something precious, maybe pitiful, but precious in that. Yeah, that's what I said to him. I said, look, you know, you're 10 vasa or you're less than 10 vasa. You haven't spent really much time at all with any particular teacher. He trained at Bhavana Society, but he says it was a mess. And now he's trying to start basically his own lineage and his own tradition, and I just think it's not very realistic. Even if he could get the donations, but $2,000 a month for donations for an apartment in Colorado, I mean, that's a really hard sell. Even to Buddhists, and I'm not saying that those are the only people that will support, but that's definitely a hard sell. Yeah, you'd have to have strong devotion to pull it off. But sometimes what this is you put something like this out there, and then over time more people hear about it and they're open to it, and it all comes together, Oh, I think he has a lot of value to bring to other people as a monk and as a teacher. And he's very devoted to trying to teach and to share. Is he a Sotapanna or not? I don't know, maybe not. Should people who are not Sotapannas be teaching the Dharma? Sure, it's okay. But there's a lot of value in spending more time in tradition and institution, and especially just having more contact with teachers and broadening the mind in that way. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how that all plays out with him, because he's kind of my peer, or was my peer when I was a monk. Well, it's best to say the worthy are rewarded accordingly. But as much as there's a mental sphere of, let's say, devotion or interpenetration of generosity, there's also a material sphere. So that material sphere is very practical and very relevant as well. But if you don't have money, if you don't have materials or resources, then you're not going to be able to help in that way. So you help as being, a more sincere practitioner and being a part of the community and giving in different ways. But it's kind of like in the mental sphere of the monk life meditation community, or any community that's not just about consumption, there are toilets to be cleaned. And everybody here is shitting. So one way or another, the toilets are either going to stink or the toilets are going to be cleaned. And it's not really about who has more money to give, but that's also, who built the toilet is a part of it too. That's why we've been trying to get some millionaires into the community and things like that. But usually if you're trying to get somebody into the community, you're then resisting those kinds of people being involved in the community. So like the community has grown a lot through me trying to not in any way try to grow the community or a lot, or in a way that would make any kind of sense. All of the screaming and yelling and kamehamehas in the Mongolian graveyard really made a big difference for our community here. he just likes Colorado, from what I understand. He likes the energy of Colorado. So we just got a question from Tim Yingis, or a comment. He said, I am poor, so I cannot donate. But just before in this message, he went through all these ways that he could donate. Helping with editing, helping with publishing content, helping with, all kinds of different things. So volunteering is donating, and finding a way to volunteer is making sincere donation. Yes, I 100% agree with Namduen. And I'm sure the same is true with Magaseka here.
I've been making videos and updates and talking about the Magaseka vision and calling upon you, if you so deem it important, deem it valuable, to help support this vision.
To donate money. And I said to him, and I said, especially for a monk that's aligning themselves with the Thai forest tradition, because that is like the most well-known Western tradition of monks. And in the Thai forest tradition, you could never be a monk and do what he's doing now. Completely inappropriate to do it in that way. There's some ways to get around it, but doing it in that way, heck no. And so like I got in so much trouble in the past as a monk because I was known to accept donations, and they were just looking for something to complain about, and then that's supposed to be seen as very taboo. But then someone else might come along and they like that person, and then they don't care if they're asking for money or asking for donations or not. Like the meme of monks don't accept or use money is all over the Buddhist subreddit, and yet they've made posts saying, hey, this monk wants you to donate money. So incongruency, that's one of the things we specifically want to look for in our teachers. Okay, is congruency of thought. If we can identify incongruency of thought, then we can say, well, wait a minute, something's off here. I'm not going to be able to have too much faith in that. So I pride myself, or I try to pride myself on congruency of thought. So if you ever get me, if you ever say, wait a minute, Dr. Rob, you were really being serious about this, and now you're saying this opposite, so what's going on? Usually it's not supposed to be. For someone in his position, it shouldn't be that way. But monk life or Western Buddhism is a totally new thing. And it's very unstable. It's very like off the cuff. Yeah, Neo-Buddhism, or it's attempting to be Neo-Buddhism. It's in process. It's still in process. So we're gonna make a little bit more coffee here. I almost started a nonprofit at one point, but it didn't work out. It was just too much legwork, and not enough people were ready to be involved and make it happen. And now I'm not looking to start a nonprofit now because I'm going through a midlife crisis, a spiritual pre-midlife crisis. No. It's too much detail, really. It's too much irrelevant detail. But there is one tradition of Buddhism that's very, very popular in America when it comes to monks, and that's the Thai forest Ajahn Chah tradition of Buddhism. So in that tradition, they're very, very conservative, and they don't accept money. So you'll see a big meme on like the Buddhism subreddit that monks don't accept or use money. but that's not really true at all. So there's two kinds of donations that happen as a monk in a monastery. There's donations to the monastery that go through the abbot, and the abbot basically is the monastery in most temples because it's a patriarchal society and tradition. Or there can be a board of directors as well, or you get donations directly as the monk, you know. But if you're living in a monastery, you also get other like benefits and supports. Like maybe that monastery has Wi-Fi, or you can stay there without having to pay rent, or you can get free food there, etc. So before when I was a monk, I didn't really have much of a need to ask for donations, even if I would have liked to. There wasn't a need because so much of my basic necessities for my life were already taken care of forever. And that's kind of what being a monk offers you if you're a white man like me, a white young man like me. And so now that changed, so I just leaned a little bit more into talking about donations, and it's kind of a satire as well as a real thing. I mean, it's interesting because it's like saying, hey, you don't just get to sit here and listen, you have to do something. You have to volunteer in some way. Like we're a community. And finding out a way to volunteer is a wonderful thing to volunteer in. But you really can't force it, and it has to be the most easy and accessible thing for people. So most of us are Americans or Australians, I don't know, and the most easiest and simple thing that we know about is transaction, you know. So pointing to transaction and saying, well, instead of transaction, you can practice generosity, which is like expectationless giving. Okay, that's gonna be crazy.
So that being said, what I have done is I have created a account through a website called DonorBox using the company Stripe, and this will allow people to, if they wish, to set up a monthly donation that would go towards.
Hey, I can't blame you, bud. I'm telling my community the same thing. Let me make my announcement. I've set up a PayPal account donation page where you yourself can make a monthly donation as well and support the work of the Monk Life Meditation Institute moving forward for the long term. And yeah, no, it is very valuable. It's a deep path. It's a deep practice, and it has a lot of good implications for the society. But I hope that there will be opportunities to work together and train together and practice together in the future, such as starting a meditation center. I would think outside of America. My teacher already is starting more and more meditation centers in America. No, 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 I'm not buying any $1,000 silver chain. Uh-oh. Almost ran out. Ooh, that's strong. That's going to be a cappuccino. I'm high?
The
What am I
very
high
first,
on?
the very small Maguseka Vihara in the little studio apartment in Colorado, which will then allow me to be on the ground, to develop more connections and to meet more of the people locally who will want to help grow the organization. And also as a place, because Maguseka will be located, it can only be located in one place in the world, brick and mortar. But Maguseka will always be global. I will always be giving online teachings and supporting Dharma friends all over the world, no matter where they are.
Me too.
And so, at the bottom of this video, if you're watching this video on the website, or in the description if you're watching.
Also, oftentimes it's not unlikely that there's more people of lesser means that are involved in this kind of stuff and want to get more involved in this kind of stuff than wealthy people. Because wealthy people may just have more opportunities to distract themselves and otherwise would be listening to more, well-established teachers and things like that. So that's also going to be a tough aspect of trying to, set up a new community. Because really you want to be in control, and as a monk you have to give up as much control as you can.
And on YouTube, you will see the link. If you would like to go and, set a donation a month that you would like to support the rent,
If you would like to go and make a set amount, a set donation that you would like to support a month, I do have a Patreon, but there's also a PayPal which has less fees. And if I send you the PayPal link, there's a little box you can click where you can turn it into a monthly donation. So it's pretty easy. And that's really would be better for me in terms of people just making big donations or whatever, one-time donations, is to, make a monthly commitment so that I have my own budget that I can be aware of.
I'm going to try to shoot for renting about $1,000 a month.
That's not
But
realistic.
if we have enough support for about 1,500,
Where can you get $1,000 studio in America? You can't, right? Especially not in like a decent place where a monk would want to live. You're talking 1,500, 2,000 minimum, as far as I know. And that, that need is empty also. So how can that need be there and that want be there, but also be empty as well? It just is. It just can. Yeah. So I don't know what he's really
I
thinking.
think that would be better because that would cover any kind of extra things that might need to be paid for monthly. And I'm starting this now because I want to give it a year for it to build momentum. Right? I want to give it a year for it.
So he's planning to move to Colorado in a year to get a studio apartment, but he wants people to start donating monthly now so that he can build up a certain degree of funds so then he can go into the apartment, or even see if he can go into the apartment.
Spread around.
Spread
The
around,
Buddhist
share with your
community, but also
friends.
different Buddhist communities, people who might want to help support the creation of another Buddhist organization in America.
My experience and my impression is that most people are very insular, and they're not actually very interested in learning about something new, especially if that something new has like a quality of depth to it. Like if I was to come to you and say, "Hey, I know where there's a gold coin or $100 bill nearby your house," that anybody would probably be interested in that. But when you come along and you say, "Hey, I know about this spiritual teacher, I know about this cool monk," in general, that kind of conversation doesn't just casually come up, or if ever. I'm just chill like that, Luis Sanchez. I just got the Riz on bleak. Yeah, thinking too far into the future. But you set determinations and you set up hope, and then you see how it goes. You know? That's probably, in some ways, that might, that's better for a lot of people. For me, I just kind of let that drop. Yeah. Wealth means to me access to peace. Access to peace is wealth for me. And in terms of material wealth, it's just largely irrelevant. I'm open to just skating by until things change. And like I said, I'm in a pre-midlife spiritual crisis. So I've got to work this stuff out first. Not being in a hurry, just being in the flow, having access to community. Keep showing up, keep sharing, keep listening. Less expectation, less control. Openness to let go of whatever appears. Yeah. No, and so for a monk in that kind of context, trying to start up a meditation center in that way, it's definitely a little bit ridiculous. Yeah, so if for Americans, he'd have to be offering some kind of program. This is more like a video that would be relevant if he was in a tradition and the tradition was putting that out to their community and their followers. But to do it independently, it doesn't. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Because I mean, but one good thing about it in a context like this, if we're looking towards being a part of a meditation community in a deep and meaningful way, right? Then establishing the foundations of willing to be very generous and get nothing back is very, very powerful and very, very important. Because that is going to be a lot easier than when the time comes and we say, okay, let's start a meditation center, or let's start co-living, or we're, anything along those lines. That takes a lot more sacrifice than making donations without expecting anything back, because that's when you have to sacrifice your life and your ego, your identity. So if I had an aspiration, then definitely I probably do have an aspiration to run a meditation center. Um, I know roots, but it's your aspiration to give that is most valuable to me. Whether I get it or not is irrelevant. But I like that idea. I like the idea of a wealthy donor in the background saying, if only I could use this as a way to get away with tax fraud. I love that when it comes to me and this. Prairie built in, that's very, very easy. Very, very easy. And roots, that means that you have a chance to make a real donation. Oh, uh-oh. That's the last thing Roots wants to do, is actually do a real practice of self-sacrifice. Yeah, I can feel it, Mediterranean climate, beautiful view. And so this is one of the things I was thinking about recently, is how that like that sense of dreaminess, or when we, maybe we're depressed, or we live like a difficult life where we don't go outside much, or we have social anxiety, but we see like the weather, we see the clouds, we see the brilliance outside, right? And then we're like, oh, I need to figure out how to go outside so I can get that feeling. That actually, in you like bringing up that feeling, that appreciation, that preciousness, you can just feel into that yourself, where you already are. You can access that freshness, that subtlety, that openness, that kind of warmth. Yeah, we need more guilt. Yeah, my phone's dying too, Zachary, so I plugged it in. Cool. Welcome, Lewis. I probably got to get back to screaming and yelling and stuff on live stream because it seems like that really helps people a lot. Otherwise, you don't care if somebody's just sitting there talking because you're so blown out about all of the non-experienced, disingenuous, disassociated, discombobulated lunatics that all want to be famous or think that they have something important to say or whatever, not unlike me, but this is concerned with Buddhism. So just leave it at that. That enough is a blessing. That enough is a good thing. And then you come back and you're curious and you're like, wait a minute, how is this person speaking in a way that's not totally insane? Woo! I'm going to post the link to the Patreon in the live chat. Oh my gosh, somebody unsubscribed. Tony unsubscribed. Oh my gosh, Tony. What a shame. Another one bites the dust. Another donor bites the dust. Who all is in Australia? Anybody here in Australia? There's no welcome, Tony. It's bye-bye to Tony. Make your recurring commitment today to replace Tony's rescindedness of generosity. Wow, that's fantastic, Roots. Well, I'm very honored to have a man of such status and consideration here looking down on me. So, welcome, Roots.
And I think that by the end, right, towards the spring of next year, we'll really then be able to see, is there enough support? Have enough people signed up, monthly going towards the rent and the utilities and all these other things that we would actually be able to go and to, set up in Colorado. So we have a whole year for the word to spread, for people to choose if they wish to support on a monthly basis so that we can set Magaseka up, really create it.
So I think now he stay at his parents' house or something like that. And, so he's saying, all right, we're going to see how many people are willing to donate monthly, and then in a year's time, we'll see if there's enough support to set up the apartment in Colorado.
It's one thing when donations go to me personally, and there's I have an organization, but it's not an official organization. Right? Some people might feel iffy about that, and I don't blame them because it all depends on if you trust me or not. But once there's an organization that brings an air of legitimacy to the project, it brings an air of legitimacy to the vision, and me personally as a monastic, I don't have to worry about donations directly to me anymore, because the donations go to Maggaseka 501c3, and then any monks in the future that will be part of Maggaseka 501c3 Buddhist religious.
It's a little bit of a scheme, but it's to help protect the opportunity for access to spiritual life, and that's anything but a scheme. That's a very, very good thing. Do I think he's a good teacher? I don't know. I'd have to connect with some of his students. I'd have to see what his students had to say. Do I think that he's a very good influencer, spiritual influencer? No. But that's not really what it's about, unless you're trying to raise money for your apartment in Colorado.
Organization will be supported through that organization. So there will be many, many benefits, many important stepping stones for Maggaseka as an organization.
This is one of the good things about making donations. This is one of the good things about putting money in the monk's pocket. Because once you start talking about organizations and what you're planning to do and what you're going to teach and how you'd like to see everything develop, it's never-ending complication. When you just put money in the monk's pocket, this is why people like to do it. You say, look, I support you, I care about you, I like what you're doing, I want you to continue, and that's it. And that's a lot more simple and direct and practical and sustainable to build up mutually beneficial relationships through. It's not really about where's the money going towards, or how's this all going to happen, where are the financial documents, and what are we expected to grow to or developing towards, what's your proposal? Because in Buddhism, you'll find monks who are literally spending or raising for hundreds and hundreds of $1,000s to build a graveyard of statues that have Buddhist teachings on them, written on them. Prayer built in. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo Shakyamuni Buddhaya. Namo Thich Nhat Hanh. Tien Su Thich Nhat Hanh. We're in Vietnam here, Prairie Built-In. And that's why people prefer to donate that way, because once you start to get involved in an organization, immediately people are arguing with each other. Immediately people are getting their own ideas about what's going on and what should be going on, and they take these diversions into weird things. I mean, it's just constantly like that. And it's definitely always like that when you're not waving money in somebody's face to say, hey, submit and surrender and go along with the program, or you're not going to get a check anymore. So the money is a very powerful tool to actually keep people corralled and concentrated in their intentions and in their directions. And if you don't have the money there, it's out the wazoo confusion. So there's a lot of practical value to being a monk and living as a renunciate and living in that way. So I really respect this guy for being in that position.
Created. And so when I had this kind of vision, this thought, this idea, it came to me with a strong intuition, almost like that old that movie, if you build it, they will come. I thought, if I really go for it, I show that this is a concrete step that's happening. My intuition told me that the support would be there. And so this excitement, I've been waiting to make this video for about 2 weeks now.
So if you're a enlightened or unenlightened, then your intuition is reversed. And that's why the most important thing for you to do is be generous and be virtuous and not to get any big ideas. Because what you think is good is actually bad, because you don't understand that there's actually no such thing as good or bad. You don't realize that. So you're constantly mixed up. You're constantly confused about what's going on and potentials and affinities that people have for you and all that kind of stuff. There's nothing wrong with working construction. I would be open to going back to America at a certain point, and if I could, yeah, I mean, working construction for a couple months or a year or whatever to just save up money, because I probably live at a temple or something like that, and then be able to use that to help make up a meditation center somewhere, you know. Wherever I go, whatever I do is going to be, as far as from who I am right now, is going to be a meditation center of some kind, because this is what I'd like to do, and I'd like to do that in a bigger way as well in the future, which isn't really there. So that's reliable. That the future isn't really there is very reliable and stable position in which to go towards the future. We have center in California. There's another center that's going to be built in California, or bought in California. That's the plan for my teacher. So there's always more and more opportunities going on. But we don't always get to be riding the waves of Dharma in moving towards or working towards those opportunities. The ideal of the monk is that whatever you're doing and whatever direction you're going in, you're always riding that wave of opportunities. That's what it's kind of can become. That's what the whole monastic structure and system is made to create or allow. And it's beautiful, it's profound. It's just, we are not the same kind of people that were around 2,600 years ago. And access to resources, spiritual, emotional, etc., resources that are needed are in short supply. And it takes a long time. It's going to take a time to get closer and closer to just riding the waves of ever new impermanent nature, and not making these decisions based in self. Not making these decisions based in ego. And that joy, that profound joy of isness, of it's just like this right now. And then how that can be confused and conflated into complicated ideas, whereas with the Dharma, with wisdom, it's like a sword that cuts itself. It's like a sword that cuts itself. So there's a final resolution in it that prevents a lot of confusion, as much as confusion can be prevented. And then the other side of that is the flower of compassion to all that confusion that can't be prevented. Sure, sure, it's happening. Firm discernment, firm discernment. And I think it's very practical. It's very good. It's just there's no ideal, millionaire lesbian supporters that are coming and saying, "Hey, let's get this all figured out." Starting by your apartment studio in Shanghai to set up singing bowls and da 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 da. You know what I mean? So there's nothing ideal about it, which the ego or the mind doesn't like. And then it's not just realizing that it's not ideal, but it's looking for how to make a problem out of how not ideal it is. And it keeps expounding upon itself and just never ending until you cut it. And the fact that that cut is real is being a fellow believer. No. The only advice my teacher said when I asked him about disrobing, he said, yeah, it's no problem, you can do it, but you'll probably have difficulty with women. And, that's easily understandable. But it's very open. It's not, you don't need to be a monk to live in spiritual community. You don't need to be a monk to be a full-time volunteer, a full-time yogi, etc. You don't need to be a monk to be a part of a meditation center community at all. No, yeah, it's a part of my teacher's, my guru's teaching, yes. So we'll get there. But my teacher started when he was 30. He ordained when he was 30, and I'm 32. So I think it's I'm not in a rush to try and get up to some special position of authority. If anything, I'm kind of I've teared down whatever I built up as a monk in terms of spiritual authority in an outside appearance way. Yeah, Zachary, I think that's very honest. A lot of people kind of hate their lives. Prairie Bilton, I'm in Dalat. I wouldn't be against visiting your father-in-law's temple in Da Nang, but it's not necessarily a big priority.
I wanted to wait for just the right time and just the right kind of place and to do this. And so now the video is made. So this is a call to action for all Magaseka friends, everybody who would wish to support the building of this organization, the eventual creation, if there's enough support and it keeps going, in the years to come, of a forest monastery, of a retreat center, a place to ordain and train good bhikkhus and bhikkhunis, right? Another organization in the center of the country, which there's really not that many, if at all. There's very little in the center of the country. But a Buddhist organization able to teach and to train.
So to really do this, you need to have some devotees. And I don't think he has any devotees. So to put this out there, there's not really a basis on which to establish the legitimate notion of making significant monthly donations according to his, astral position. But anyway, yeah, he's a cool guy, good luck to him. And anyone here, you're welcome to check out the Magaseka YouTube channel. Excuse me for a moment, friends. I'm going to show you.
Hello, friends. So
this is a year old.
Last year, I did a kind of state of Magaseka video. I think I'm going to be doing these things yearly. And so last year, actually, I mostly spoke about my own personal things, like what I'm going through and developing Magga and things like that. But for this video, I want to focus more on Magga itself. I made a similar video called Magga Vision, which I kind of outlined some things, but I want to go a bit more in detail because things have developed since then. So I'm going to go over more about what my vision for Magga is, including our the goals and the mission statement, and then we'll talk about the progress in Colorado and things like that. So, what I wanted to start out with the mission statement or the organizational goals. So obviously these are kind of a rough draft, but I think they cover most of what I believe Magga should be involved in as an organization. So the first one is Magga core framework is the early Buddhist texts. The EBTs form the foundation for both study and practice. So this is, if those of you who've been following me for a while, this is no surprise. But it should be understood, I think, and I think it should be laid down like a commandment, as it were, that everything Magga does will be within the framework of the early Buddhist texts. All the teachings, etc. Right? So this is, I think, a very important basic foundation to start the organization on. Right? That everything, all the teachings, the way of life should be done through the framework, the foundation of the early Buddhist texts. So I think that's an important start. So the second one is to share the Dhamma with the people of the Americas in English and in Spanish via in-person and internet teachings. So obviously, you know, when you do teachings on the internet, anybody in the world can listen to them and take part of them. You know, even Magga, the Discord community that we have people from all over, every continent except for Antarctica. Right? However, specifically as an organization, I think we should focus on just the Americas. Right? And when I say Americas, because I'm also thinking about South America, I'm also thinking about Canada, right? The Americas, all the two continents. And I think it's very important that we be able to teach the Dhamma in Spanish as well. This is why, you know, I have an ongoing up and down relationship with Spanish. I've never been able to be fluent in it, but I would like to eventually teach the Dhamma in Spanish. And obviously other monastics who might be part of Magga could do so as well. I think that's an important outreach. But this is the second main goal, that the sharing the Dhamma, right, with the people of the Americas, both via in-person and internet. Now, I don't plan to be like a Bhante Ji and, you know, be traveling and going all over the place 8 months out of the year. That's not going to be my style. I want to be, you know, I'm going to focus on actually more the third one that we're going to go over. However, yes, we will travel, obviously, not only myself, but hopefully, you know, if I have disciples, people who are ordained under me and live with me, then they can travel.
Just a pipe dream, just a pipe dream.
Well, these kind of things. But the idea is...
Just a pipe dream. Brian Arts, you're just another lunatic. Get it together, brother. So I've been very lucky, actually. I've been very fortunate to have people that in one way or another, have kind of taken responsibility for my financial life, so I can continue doing this kind of work and, see what comes of it. Now this is a cool guy. This is I was thinking about going to this. Is this they're just getting ready. This is in Taiwan. This is a Tibetan event. I think with a Dilgo Khyentse Rinpoche. It happened yesterday. Oh yeah, Dilgo Khyentse Rinpoche is there. What a loser I am. Oh man. Oh my goodness. It's easy. It's easy to get these special ideas about ourselves. You know what I mean? And just don't. It feels good. It feels cool. It's like we're going into movie mode. But it's just not. It's not the point of life to have this special idea about yourself, or this need to be a part of a special story. What you're really working to do is to unentangle yourself, your true nature, your awareness from appearances. This is incredible. This is really beautiful. Such a loser. Beauty. Sounds beautiful. So this is just like a big ceremony taking place that, is said to purify your karmas, purify your involvements, purify your anger, your greed, your delusion. Man, he's fire. He's good. Dilgo Khyentse Rinpoche. Look at this. This is hella fantastic. Man. It I've said it before and I'll say it again. These people who run around, they don't make large donations like Roots, for example. But anyways, you come across somebody, you say, hey, you know, this person's a loser, this person's a burnout, this guy's a joke. Well, from this YouTube channel that's been going on for 7 years straight, and the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of teachings and sharings that have taken place therein, how much of that did you look closely at and then determine that I was some kind of fool? And a lot of times it's just zero, basically nothing. Learn basically nothing. You didn't look, so how would you know? And it's just an excuse to feel superior or whatever. We're doing it. Don't worry, we're doing it. That's correct, Cerulean. We're doing it, Kai. Look at this guy. This guy's 5D.
page 64.
Okay, so the 5D thing, other people, I don't know what they're talking about. They weren't Buddhist monks for 7 years. They haven't studied with meditation masters, so they're just making stuff up to seem cool. The idea here is that everything is now, right? And everything is now is mostly pointing to your mind. So this appearance of like this guy, Dilgyal Khyentse Rinpoche, right? This is supposed to just be a video, right? This is just supposed to be a video. You can pause and you can play it, etc. But in the like hollow sphere of the mind, or the direct experience of the mind, he's not more or less real than if he was sitting in front of you physically in person now. It has nothing to do with, is it live or is it not live? It's the live of your mind, always. And when we create this like construct of, well, I'm sitting here watching this now, and this was recorded yesterday at this time, and you know, he's doing his thing. That's all just assumed up. That's all just created up nonsense compared to the direct experience as it is here and now. Yeah, that's very deep. And that's how people can become very crazy, because that's actually the way that it is. You can't logic them back to, you know, some kind of relative constructed view of the world that they depend on, because that also is just constructed. It's just assumed up. It's just created. Yeah, this idea of separation. This belief in separation. My goodness gracious.
Realize the state of 不幸是这样。
要去真的趋近、真的接触到这个佛地尊胜佛母的境界的话，有很多种方法。
But people who aren't trained, people who don't know about wisdom, they think that that is in relationship to some kind of nonsense story that they pull out of their ass. And it's not. That view is just another view. That's just another story. And it's not more real or less real than anything else. So it's irrelevant, but they don't know how to give the irrelevance to things because they don't know what the mind is. They're just storytellers. They're just deep thinkers. Sure, Roots. Yeah, being burnt out for sure. Really more so though being burnt through. Being burnt to a crisp and then slowly shucking off the shell of that identity of being a monk and being Bhante Warpanyo, the identity of the robes, and being reborn. Angel, I saw your comment. I did not receive your donation.
Why is wisdom important? Wisdom important because until you have wisdom, you cannot know happiness. Wisdom is the ability, the knowledge to solve things that make you unhappy. That's why it's so important. Wisdom is to recognize the cause of your unhappiness and get rid of them. Why is wisdom important? Wisdom important.
When did you make this donation, Angel? Sound is to be a hearer instead of a thinker. Last night? No.
You see the
How
wise
did you
wisdom
donate
born.
it? Through PayPal? Frank Lucas, I'm the real American gangster. You better watch out. Through what? How did you make a donation, Angel Spirit? Oh, you're talking about the YouTube comments, donation comments. Yeah, I saw your donation comments on YouTube. That's right. I did see that. I did see that.
I messed up there. I got mixed up. What I meant to say was from the Buddhas above to the wriggling insects below, there is nothing that is not another name for false thought. That's what I take refuge in. That's what I believe in. That's my religion. false thought. I'll say it one more time.
Do we need more bling? Do we need more chains, everybody? We need more drip, we need more ice. But I worry that people aren't going to be willing to make donations if I'm all iced out and dripped out on the live stream.
You are, and that it's a generally hopeless, situation to be in. For me, that's more genuine, that's more authentic, and that is more priming people towards generosity that's actually going to bring light into their decisions and their situation and their own mind. I'll say,
Why is wisdom important? Wisdom important because until
someone sarcastically say, be protected in the astral realm. Because think about it, Michael. There are people like you. For anyone who doesn't know, Michael has some pretty serious mental health issues. And Michael, there are many people like you who are not watching a former Buddhist monk talk about the Dharma, the Nibbana Dharma, but are listening to someone talk about reptilian humanoids drinking the blood of babies so that they can live forever. So,
This is live. This is live.
I'm very grateful for that. One sarcastically say,
All right. Be well, friends. We'll end our live teaching session today here. Wish you all the best on your work. Stay in touch, stay connected, here to help, and see you again soon.
may